Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. So again, we'll keep this simple. First thing we're going to do here is copy the reversal points. You already hit the first reversal point to the top here. Let's see if the market is going to fall right back down. You only have a little bit of the gap left. So again, the first thing I'm looking for, ladies and gentlemen, is to see if this market is going to just collapse around this point here. Once it collapses a little bit, we can hop into a cheap little play for the upside. And then we'll try to see if we could sell that for 150, a decent percent, of course. All right, let's go take a look. Let's go look at the SPY calls. I'm also looking at Intel. Looks like we might just fill the gap first, so let's just see. Look at the puts again for SPY. How are these moving right now? Also, let me look at the weekly boxes. What weekly box is it? This one here. So yeah, we still got to hit this midpoint, which is 651. Let me see. Yeah, puts are a little expensive right now. 659s are $29.27. It's not terrible. 668s, which is reversal point number 4, was $6 in the morning so far, and right now you're at 15. $668 is not a terrible level to play to. Structure points, structure points, structure points, ladies and gentlemen. Meaning, until we hit a structure point to the bottom, we're not buying the calls yet. It's nice to see that the market is running up, though. That was our first idea, right? Nvidia 23 days out. Let me see. Days out. What's today? The last day of the month? This is the first day of October. Let me see something real quick. Every single time for the past 3 months, right before it's the first day of the next month, you fall from the last day of the last month to the next day. So you're simply repeating something you've been, doing for the last 3-4 months here. You almost hit the yellow, so that's perfect. I just want to see if you're going to get to the purple up here. I do have to start chopping up these zones, though. We got to add the next trading style here. So for Nvidia, what I'm thinking right now is a 150 call for October 17th. Not 150 call, 150 put. I apologize. So again, a 150 put for Nvidia for November We probably should get 160. 160 would be much smarter. Let me see how much these cost. I just want them to cost only like $60 though. How about 9 days out puts? Yeah, we could buy 160 for 9 days out. We can get a 9-day output, and then we'll get a 16-day output because I'm thinking the market's going to start crashing the first 2 weeks of October. The only problem is you're right next to 670. 670 is the major level that we're supposed to fall from next. I could definitely see this making a new high on SPY here. Even if it's for a slight new high. Nothing too crazy, right? Something kind of like this. I think we could see something like that. If we just get a fall now, you're going to end up falling to somewhere right here. And then holding on SPY. And then potentially starting to cycle right back down with the flow. Because this is what you did over here. And we wanted to hit this area right there. That's why I told everybody those puts. And then once we hit this area here, we're just going to go long. For it to potentially have another up to the 680s. And then down. And then if it drops below here, we're just going to wait a certain amount. Wait for the reversal points that day. Whenever that day comes, like right down here. And the only thing we pretty much have to do now is just continue to play the downside here, right? So that's like your weekly perspective. And these boxes are yearly. They go back from the beginning of history. Ever since SPY came out in 1993. That's the reason why they work so well. Snapchat's also at a location where we could buy it now. So thank you to all the people who were very patient on Snapchat. We managed to basically double our whole entire account with just that. When we bought it at $6.90. Pretty much bottom ticked it perfectly. And now you're about to hit the 1/8 point, which is 742. We sold our calls at $8.28. So we sold them way above where you're at right now. And guess what? Now we're going to rebuy it at a cheaper price. For next year, 2 years, and for 3 years away from now. So let's go ahead and check all these options right now. 2027. I'm like, there's no way that costs that much. I was looking at a video. I'm like, what in the world? These things are dirt cheap. That's insane. So a couple days ago when I told everybody to buy it, how much were these at? Because Danny had warned us about a month prior. And a month prior, so like today's the 3rd. It wasn't just a month prior, it was like 3 months ago he mentioned it. So Danny mentioned it way before it hit that low, which was excellent. But in terms of when we bought as a group here, it was around, yeah, that thing was around $125. So there's a lot of momentum that has not depreciated still for this market. Again, you went from 120 all the way to $300 each. Right now they currently cost $174 for January 2027. And for these, yeah, that was only around 50. That went to 150 each for the $15 strike price. And then for 2026, yeah, Jada. So I haven't been up at nighttime that much anymore. I've been like knocking out instantly. So yeah, I haven't had time to catch up with everything. Got a lot of stuff to do for the Discord here because we're changing everything. So yeah, once we're done with that, I'll be sure to give you a message here. Okay, so we got that done. $7.42. I'm trying to check the exact prices that they were at before. I think that would be a little bit better for us. Let me see. Let me go here. Let me go to the left a little bit more. 15-minute. So yeah, we first bought this at 60. We peaked at 130 each. Currently, right now, you're at 90. So yeah, we still gotta wait for Snapchat to depreciate a little bit more. It's almost time to buy, but it's the contract prices that we bought down here, they're not the same prices, I'm telling you. So we're gonna wait here. We're gonna give this a moment. That's for 2027, right? Yeah. And then the one for 2026 was a $10 strike price. I'm pretty sure. Let me go check that as well. Yeah. Yep. Okay, let me check this one too. That's crazy. That's $300 straight. Yeah. So across all the Snapchat plays in terms of profit, when you add it all up, we had contracts that were $30 go to $100 each, and we had 10 of them. So most of these options, they ended up doing exactly what we wanted it to do, which was going up ×3, you could say. But obviously $300, that's $300 basically going straight to 1,000. Plus the other plays, you could say that's $500 in total, going to around 1,500, 1,400. That's not bad. And again, it was a long-term play, meaning a play you throw your money in, it's oversold, you don't got to look at it no more, you don't got to stare at it no more, you just let it sit, let it hit your target, and just keep it moving. Because your target is going to have plenty of times of being hit. Because it's for 2026, 2027 in terms of your options expiration. So again, you have plenty of time here. Okay, so we got our next plays for Snapchat. We're just waiting for them. That's understood. The next thing we have to do is look at Intel now. INTC. How quickly are these options dropping now? Because like it's basically just establishing a new anchoring point up here in the 30s. But what I want to see is it going to collapse from this anchoring point and just go slightly below it? So like for example, for Snapchat here, what I really want to see, if possible, is you just do this. Same thing for Intel. I want to see if you have the opportunity to drop down to the low again. Because if you could drop down to 630, it's over. These options are going to be so dirt. The second they actually go lower than this low right here, that's what's going to actually allow them to be worth so much. Again, the second it ends up going below this area here. Or you could say this area is like the next major one. So if we can go below this now, the options should be able to drop out the sky here before you fall into this little range down here. And then you fall into this range down here. So we could buy early here, yeah. Just use the profit from the other trade. It's not a bad idea. And then just go from there. And then Nvidia, I really want to get these puts. Tesla's still lagging here. The lithium companies are actually getting bought up again. Yeah, no way. Look at this. You went straight from $5 straight to $7. We were talking about this like 2 days ago. So there's definitely a lot of momentum inside of the lithium plays now. Let's go take a look at SPY here. SPY's at number 3 on the reversal points. You just about filled the whole entire gap. Last month, most of these gaps you weren't filling. And the month prior, most of the gaps you would leave a little bit of something. So that's why today we were waiting for it to drop down. Because we're watching it follow a similar pattern as like last month. The only thing that's different is every time you make a gap now, it seems like you just want to fill it the same day. Which is perfect. That's fine with us. And we should be fine with that as well. Because now it just requires a little bit less thinking. We made this little gap box to explain how to play gaps down here. We made this like probably like a month or 2 ago. Because we started noticing the gaps were filling a little weirdly. But yeah, it looks like it's kind of like back to how it was before. Like 2 years ago. You're just filling everything. Alright, let me fix this right here. Remember, if you guys need tips, if you guys need information, just take a screenshot of the chart here. All the stuff is actually broken down in terms of the wording. I'm looking at puts right now for SPY. Yeah, you look so happy now. I got her some branches yesterday so she could stop eating my my walls. We see 66430. The top is 66531. So yeah, everybody, you're just smacking into the 132 point. Pretty perfectly. You opened up at the... What point was that you opened up at? So yeah, you opened up at the 1/8 point. Instantly slingshotted straight up to the 1/16 point. And now you're falling to the 132 point. Which of course means that potentially we could see you run back up to the 164th point. Does everybody see how that pattern exists there? Again, you opened up at the 1/8, you ran to the 1/16th, which is a smaller area. You're falling to the 132, which again is smaller than even that. And then you could potentially see this market still run up to here, which is smaller than that. As long as you keep taking smaller ranges every time, and you're looking for less and less profit for each trade, you're going to start noticing that your win rate is directly tied to the market slowing down itself. So if you can figure out how the market slows down and how to play that effectively, in theory, it means that you should not have a loss because you're always playing. You might not have the biggest win, of course, right? I agree. But it means you're not going to have a loss. Of course, that all does matter and depend on what the weekly range was. Your weekly, like the trading styles, they're one thing. They're an outline. They're a way for you to see how the market's going to traverse with its current path. The actual flow in the weekly moves, in terms of your momentum, you know, like how you're flowing up, what levels you hit to the top, what levels you hit to the floor, that deciphers what points on these trading styles you're going to hit. So if I'm looking at my weekly boxes like this, and I notice that, yeah, pre-market you were hitting 66260. If for whatever reason we get below 66260, I know for sure this market's not just going to hit 655. You're going to go way lower. 648, 640. That's where this market's going to drop to. So there's going to be a large move soon. 100%. And whoever catches it, catches it. If you do not catch it, you're pretty much... You have to wait. You're going to have to wait for the next trend. Yeah, I still think we should get another high here. Unless it might do something like it did in August over here. I don't know if you guys remember that. Remember how we were trading over here and then you ran up crazy and then you fell down to here? So you fell down literally around $4 from the top. Ran up to a new high within 2 to 3 days after that. So right here, 667. You fell down to 661. But that's pre-market. Let's count the actual during the day move. Yep, 661 still. 66160. So you fell about $5.60. Very similar to the last time you did something like that. And then you ended up running into a new high within like 2 more days. So within like the next 2 days, we should run into a new high just following the trend from over here. Does everybody see what I'm referring to? Like that right there looks very similar to this right here. Because you did not make a new high right there. Same thing you did right here. You did not make a new high, but you still ended up doing it a couple days after. And that point, you went from 649 straight down to 634. So that's $15 straight down within 2 days. That's what we're looking for right now. So yeah, I do think we play calls here. We just gotta let the market get shredded. Pretty much like this right here. Like that's excellent. A drop straight down from 3 to the origin point. Now, if we look at the calls, let's go take a look at how much they moved up. So 667s were at 14 at the low. And right now, a couple minutes ago, just within the first 13 minutes of the day, they went from $14 to $50, $55. Let's go check the puts, see how much they moved. With the put side, you had a 661 put. Right now, a couple of seconds ago, there was 30. And right now, you're only at 60. Calls have more momentum. Just like that. Within seconds, we just figured out that the calls do have more momentum right now, which makes sense. I love how you just didn't only fill the gap, but you did exactly what you should do when you filled the gap. You fill the gap and then you drop down to the lowest point, which means we could still drop down to 661 here. And then after you drop down to 661, we're going to go long at that point. That's the reason why I was talking about 659 this morning, by the way. Those are the only puts that I would really want to buy. Anything below 659, it's too far away. And for the calls, it has to be something below 667. You can't go above 667. So again, 667 is the furthest strike you want to play for the calls. 659 is the furthest strike you want to play for the puts. Jada, you had mentioned, is there a way to join the training and pay weekly as opposed to monthly? I don't think Patreon lets me do that, honestly. I could check. If they let me do it, I wouldn't mind. If it's easier for you, but just give me 1 second. Let me see, because I have no idea. But they be changing this site a lot. Like, recently, they've been really fixing up the website. Where would I even go for that? Let me see. Settings. Notifications, no. Account, maybe account, shop visibility. I swear there was like a settings icon somewhere here. Here, page details. Page settings. Evaluation for what if I go here? Go here. Yeah, they only allow monthly or like yearly stuff. So like, for example, I think I still have that on. Yeah, so it's just monthly and yearly. Like if you want to pay per month or if you want to pay per year. That's the only thing Patreon offers right now. I apologize for that. All right, let's go back to the charting here. Again, you continue to collapse to the origin point, which means we could see an equal reaction with the same momentum that you had above the 1/8 point. We could see it occur to the downside, which would mean we would see this market potentially drop to right there. So you would go here, put this here. So we could potentially see this market drop down to 661. That would be an equal reaction, just like a couple days ago, pretty much. Still looking at the calls right now. Trying to watch them depreciate a little bit more. Come on, 667s. Drop down a little bit more, please. And thank you. And then towards the afternoon, we're going to be buying like 664s for the calls. Try to see if we can weasel our way in here. Today's Wednesday, right? Or am I bugging? Let me see. Yeah, it's Wednesday. So we should have a crazy good consolidation day today, where you're just snapping up and down, up and down, up and down. So yeah, we're going to wait for this to fall down to 661, everybody. And then we're going to buy some calls for a cheaper price, instead of us just messing with this extreme price action here. And then what I want you guys to do is take notes. Just take some notes, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, everybody, just a heads up. Today I'm going to be helping out some people with one-on-ones during the day, just so we can go through more people. So I'm just letting you know, if you need some help, be sure to let me know. Tell me what's going on, and then we'll go from there, all right? Wow, that's so unfortunate. But at the same time, that's all right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put some music on. I'll make sure I put it real low. I've been addicted to this one song here. Where is it at? Mute this real quick. You went back and forth yesterday? You said reversal point 1.5 was a really good buying point for the calls yesterday. Somebody on YouTube have mentioned that. I think so as well. Let me check yesterday again. I remember before I had left you guys yesterday, we had mentioned, like in the morning, right? We told everybody, when you hit the first reversal point, you're going to buy a call, and you're going to see if it's going to snap right back up to the first reversal point over here, which it did do so. Next thing we told everybody was wait for it to hit 1.5. You don't want to keep playing the same reversal points. And if you look at over here, you perfectly hit 1.5. Well, you didn't perfectly do it. So this is when, like, I love moves like this, right? Because this move right here is not the same thing as this move right here. This one's a little bit above the reversal point. This one's a little bit below it. So they both count as separate points. And you know what's the funniest reality? If you have another low and it's in between those points, it also counts as a separate point. So that's the reason why it makes this fine for you to buy it a couple times. The only time I wouldn't have suggested you buying a call would have probably been like right here, right in the middle of the day. Because that could have literally turned out to be something that would have fell down to here, which is 659. So as long as you guys bought right here, right here, right here, and then right here, 4 perfect buys for the calls. And then when we played puts right up here. Once you hit the first reversal point right up here. And then from up here to down here, we were up around 150%. So that was also a really good trade. 4 amazing call plays, 1 amazing put play. And then, of course, the last end of the day move, which occurred. Ladies and gentlemen, what time is this? 1:30. So for today, all you're doing is you're trying to mimic yesterday's move. So let's just say we run up all day to 130. We're going to be playing puts at 130 just because here was calls. If we fall down into 130, we're going to play calls at 130. Same thing with 230. Usually I would prefer us to do it at 230 if I'm being real with you guys. But because of yesterday's move, we could just do it at 130, you know? So again, for today, you hit number 3, fell down to number 1. Right now you're running up to 1.5, then you fell back down to number 1 again. So it's going to expand again. Just give it a moment. What size is it going to expand into, you might ask? My main want is for this to run up to a new high on the weekly. So yes, on the weekly, you're positioned to run up higher, but on the daily, I could definitely see this going down a little bit more today. Definitely. And then on the monthly, because remember, daily down, weekly up, monthly, ladies and gentlemen, is actually up. You're waiting for this to hit 670. And today's October 1st, so we have a funny little conundrum here again. Because this time, you didn't really tank out the sky. I think we all would agree. You didn't really fall here. You only opened up $3 lower. Last time a situation like this occurred, the market ended up falling, or what was it? I have a picture right here. Hey, look how much the market fell. That's the 31st. This right here is the 31st. And this right here is the 1st of August, right? Watch this. Then go to the 31st of August. And look, that's the end of August, the 28th. So the 28th is at the top. 29th are falling. And then look at this. Once again, the low is the next month, September 2nd. And then if we look over here, you pretty much had the same reaction, but like a mini one. Very small. So that right there tells me, yes, monthly moves are starting to change. The direction on the monthly is starting to change, but it's still bullish right now. It hasn't become bearish yet. The way you know it becomes bearish is if it does this one thing and one thing only. If the market falls down and goes lower than 654 for whatever reason, we're definitely going to buy some calls right here. But if for whatever reason you fall down to here, like I told you all before, you could, of course, have a little reversal like that. But here's the problem. If you fall down to here, you could just reverse to this area and have a massive drop out the sky. So I'm just trying to be, you know, very cognitive. Or not really even cognitive, right? I think that's the wrong word I just used right there. But trying to be really meticulous when it comes to these buys and sells. Trying to plan it ahead of time. So as it's choosing a direction, I know that the other directions I've drawn have to be changed. Because this right here is my calls and puts, for example. Like I would buy a put below this line. I would buy a call right here, buy another call right here, buy a put right here after it runs up. There's stuff that I'm automatically doing that I've made months ago, and I'm just following it now. Because if I try to make a new plan, it's going to apply for the future. It's not going to apply for right now. The only stuff that applies for right now is the stuff I made last night and last week. No matter how good you are, you're going to start noticing that's the case every single time because it's all psychological. Does that make sense, everybody? So when you make your plans the days before, like for example, this right here. Think about this for a second. I made this on the Saturday class that we just had last week, and I told everybody, if you get above 664, 0-day calls to 666. Ladies and gentlemen, did that work out yesterday? Above 664, calls to 666. And it did, right? So that's the funniest reality, is that it still works. Today is probably going to work again. If you hold 664, which you are holding right now. But if it already occurred one time, what is the first thing I need to do here, ladies and gentlemen? So think about it. If I had a move, I played it. If it worked out, what's the next thing to do? The next thing to do would be to fix this. So last night, the best option would have been to fix this and add more buying points. The reason why I did not do that is because I want to show you guys the way I go about picking these points is so meticulous that even if we've played that move before, we can actually have a bigger move here. you know, running to 668, running to 669, and it would still work out once again. That's why I specifically said 664, not 663.31, which is the 1/8 point. I'm giving it some room, you see? So yeah, I basically just explained my whole process. I always give stuff a little bit of room. Not too much room, but like 60 cents, 50 cents, it's proper. Better to be safe than sorry, you know? You are going to buy something more expensive, yes. It could reverse on you at that very moment, yes. But if the market is bullish, how is a monthly reversal going to happen now? You know? And the answer is not. The only time a monthly change is going to happen that's large is when the weeklies start telling you that something bad is going to happen. And right now, me looking at the weekly trends here, like this. And then if I go on the 15-minute, just to see more data. The weekly trends do not tell us that this market's going to really tank out the sky yet. The only thing that tells us this market's going to fall out the sky is this right here. I'll show you why in a second. Let me hide this first. All right, everybody. So you see these yellow lines from the beginning of 480 when the SPY first fell down? Again, look at how the lines go from the bottom to another bottom. I had to fix that right there. I had to move it up like a centimeter. And then it goes all the way up to the May highs, which I can also fix as well. I think it's because I'm on the 30-minute right now. Yeah, that's why. So I'm seeing the different data. But the one thing I'm trying to, you know, basically make you look at is this right here. Is the market still in that range, ladies and gentlemen? Think about it for a second. Are you above or below that yellow line? That yellow area right there, are you above it or below it? You're below it, right? So yeah, the market is changing directions. But this is almost like the buy monthly. So this will be like your monthly trend, multiple months. Almost your yearly trend at this point. But we're still going to have to wait until next year, April, for this to be a yearly trend. So yes, I do think that we can get a giant drop here. Most likely pushing us straight down first to 640, 620, and then down here to 570. You need to hit this midpoint, 110%. It's just, I don't think you need to do it right now, honestly. What the market's doing, instead of it falling like large amounts of, you know, dollar for dollar values, the one thing it's doing is choosing to go like this instead, basically. So whenever you're at a very important point, the market will be like, you know what? I only want to reverse this much or that much. That's it. It doesn't want to do the big moves yet, basically, is what I'm trying to tell you. So this big move, it doesn't want to do it yet. Instead, it's doing the smaller moves, which, like I said, they're like this size. Watch this. Put this on top of when you fell from 640 to 619, almost fits perfectly. If you put this on top of, you know, some range over here, almost fits perfectly, a little bit larger. If you put this over here, again, it almost fits perfectly, just a little bit larger. So it's not the same size, but what I'm trying to say is around the same, you could say, fraction. So not around the same size, but around the same fractions the market's consistently wanting to hit. So in terms of going into the next couple months here, we're waiting for this to hit 670, because once it gets up to here, and this is how you start predicting the market ahead of time. We all think the market's going to run to 670, let's just say. So if it stops at 676, that's going to be the new midpoint. The new midpoint is now going to be at 580. So you just basically picked up the midpoint by $5, which means every other point in the fractions will be, of course, different. So all I got to do now is just change this, and boom. This is how you predict the future, basically. You think it's going to do something before it even does it. And how do I know that? It's all psychological. For example, when the market fell here, 647, right next to 646. When the market fell up here, where is it? 667, right next to 666. When the market fell over here, where is it? That was the 666, 646 area. 626, you fell. Where's 636? 636, you ended up falling. It's kind of like a consolidating day, so let's just not say it was just falling. But you did get a good drop towards the end of the day right there, which we would have played. And then you go to the 646s, decent drop from that area as well. You go to the 656s. Where is that at? 656. Yeah, 656 was the only area you ended up going straight through. But then you ended up going lower than it on FOMC. So we'll say that this might be a one-off situation because of FOMC. Remember, because FOMC was on the 17th. So we'll acknowledge this. And we'll see if it's just going to continuously do this. Because what if it runs to 670, like 675, 676, and you go straight through it again, right? That's the one thing we'll, just pay attention to and be careful with. I guess what I'm looking for here now, in order to make sure that this is not going to happen again, like how it did in 656, which, what was the funniest aspect about that? 656, did I tell everybody to buy puts? And the answer is yes. But we told you to buy those puts before you even ended up going to touch 646. So right around here, we told everybody, depending on how this market consolidates, if you hit 641, you fell. 646, you fell. You're probably going to hit 649 and fall, which you ended up literally, I kid you not, look at this. 1, 6, and 9, which is the psychological numbers, right? 6 is more of the monthly switching point. 1, 4, 8, 9 is your weekly price action, which tends to have major ups and downs along with the days of the week. So because you were consolidating, like the point that I'm trying to make right now is because you were consolidating so much right here, I told everybody, it looks like it's going to do what it did over here when you were consolidating a bunch in an area, and that basically resulted in you just running up nonstop, destroying everybody's puts right here. So I thought that would happen next, and as you all can see, wild, right? You had like a miniature one, not as big, not as, you could say, this was a little bit more wonky though. That's like $50. Yeah, $50 of upside, and right here you only had $30, yeah. So this $50 upside, that's $30 of upside. And then look, after you had the $50 of upside, you ended up having a large day where you fell like $21, right? Look over here, how much did you fall? 667 to 655. So again, that's around $12, which is basically almost perfectly half of this over here. So yes, the market is losing steam, it's losing momentum. Even if it's repeating the same moves that it had over here, which it is, it definitely is repeating it. But you're basically doing the same thing now. So yeah, I think that you're going to do something like this here. I think we're going to run up, potentially make a new high. And then after we make a new high of 671, I think the market's going to crash down, but not too much. Unless it wants to really change directions. How do you know it's going to change directions? Again, use these lines that I've been teaching you to make. That's why I have the purple ones in the background. That's why I have the orange one here, because the orange one's like a smaller range where it allows us to actually see what the market could do at a far better rate. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? It's kind of like the bigger ranges, you have to wait a little bit more for them to confirm your ideas and your plans. But the smaller ones, like the orange one right there, since it's smaller, I can instantly see the second it's going against it or it's breaking below it. Because when it breaks below the yellow one, did it crash out the sky every time? Besides the first time it fell down? And the answer is pretty much, yeah, every single time it hit it, it pretty much crashed out the sky. So how would you play calls here? Because technically, the best time to play calls is not when you break out and confirm something, it's before you do it. That's how you get the cheapest prices every time. So before you even break into this yellow area, you would normally be buying calls here. But did that work out? And the answer is no. So you have like this weird, like this is what the market looks like to me in my eyes right now. It looks like this. The whole year has been looking like this, but now it's starting to look like this. So it's not as sharp. It's not moving as quickly. The trends are not as much. You're starting to curve. which is going to then result in something going like this. Which is then going to result in something going like this, much more sharper. Which would then result in something picking right back up like that. You know what I mean? So it looks like we're on this stage right here. By the way, this is in one of the books. I actually was never planning on telling you guys this. But let me see. Let me see where it's at. I'll show you right now. I have no idea what chart is on. It might be on the... I think for some reason I remember it being on the crypto charts. Let me go check that real quick. I remember it being on... By the way, we sold our Euro trade. We made, I think, 3,000 and something off of that. I had a automatic limit to sell it at profit whenever it hit this area here. So we're going to rebuy that in a few hours, maybe a few days. Try to see if we could just keep flipping this account. And then once we get to 50K, actually no, once we get to 100K, because last time we got to 40, we took out 30, brought it down to 10, and right now we're at 18K on that one account. So I'm going to take that to like maybe 20 today, see if we can get some scalp trades. And then once we get to 20, just full port, till we get to 60, 80, then 100K. And then we're going to take that out. Where is XRP? There you are. Is this it?
Yeah, I have a question for you.
What's up?
I know you have, it's like one, was it 1469, right?
1489.
1489.
Yep.
Is it anything for like the upside?
You said, is there anything for the upside?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean by that? Because 1489, like for example, it would be 671, 674, 678, 679. So it's up and down.
Okay, gotcha. I had another question, but this guy just...
No, you're good. Let me know. I could have sworn I had it here. I don't remember where I put it. It was a good concept. I don't think I finished it in terms of the drawing. Oh, I wish I remembered. Gold, maybe? No. Gold is more clean. We're about to get another put on gold here soon. It was definitely not Snapchat. Was it the Euro? No. Let me check all my crypto names. Actually, I wouldn't do it. Why would I do it for crypto? That makes no sense. I probably did it for SPY. Do I have any pictures of it? No, I don't. Damn. What chart was that? It has to be one of the older charts. So let me go look at my older charts here. I'm just letting you guys know I had to find this. Because this right here is gonna, I just realized it's gonna literally change the way everybody looks at the market right now. Not here. Maybe here? No. No. Oh, there's the circles, but this is not what I'm looking for. I was also looking for this chart as well. I forgot where I put it. Alright, so now I remember it's King's Point. Is it here? I should have put it here, but I don't think I... Actually, wait. Nah, damn. I didn't put it here. How about this one? No. By the way, everybody, you're about to literally complete the trend from there's yeah. I forgot to tell you guys this. You guys want to hear something really weird? So you see how the market's doing this right here? You're not gonna believe this. I know you just saw it, but act like you didn't see it. Let me explain it first. You see how the market fell right here from like I'm gonna hide everything. You see how it fell right there from 640 and then it fell again from 646? Remember how I told you guys you're doing the same thing as 2021? Look to the right side here. Look over here to the left. Look to the right side. I kid you not, you are copying 2021 week for week. I kid you not. The only thing that you didn't copy it on was this drop right here you're supposed to have when we first hit 570, 580. You were supposed to have a major drop there. They would have took you straight down to 530. We would have completed the midpoint. We would have did what we had to do down there. And we would have actually had an opportunity of doing this up here. I think you could still do this just because everybody's trying to push the market up. Everybody's trying to buy. But it's so weird that you're doing this. Which would mean that the next major drop is going to be at 683 to 679. And we're going to drop straight down to 630. So that's over $50 of downside. So yeah, I think that's coming up soon. But yeah, we're not looking for this. This is besides the point. We gotta look for something else. I feel like I hid it somewhere. If I hid it, it's gonna take me like 2 days to find it. Because I'm gonna have to unhide everything. Alright, let me stop talking about it. Let me just find it. Let me see if I can go a little bit quicker. Refresh. Oh yeah, this is another nice chart. This chart also shows you the market's fallen, you see? Does it have the same momentum as it did when it first ran up here in May? And the answer is no, you're way lower than this. Because remember, you had to snap your head to the left. Yes, if you have a horizontal box, what's further, right now or May? Yes, it's May. I mean now. But if you look at it on a diagonal and you snap your head to the left, this line right here is technically at the top. So this line, I'm going to change the color. Actually, that's the bottom one. And then this one right here would be the red one. And then let me now make the lines bigger. Number 4. Okay, so you see the dotted line to the top? That's the high. That's where you buy puts. The dotted line at the bottom is where you buy calls. Did it work out a couple days ago? The answer is yes. But you're below it now, so that's a problem. But if you do get above it, if you do get inside of it, you will start launching and reclaiming this trend from before. So what I do then is I'm like, all right, how do I know and how do I can kind of confirm this with myself that this is actually going to continue to head up higher? Well, just make more monthly boxes, but smaller. Like that, boom. And then just make them 1 pixel so you can see how the market's following it. If it's above this quarter point, it's also basically potentially able to run to the high and still fall out the box. So just be very careful. In fact, the only time I would buy calls is if the market falls down to here, which is kind of funny because that's what we said yesterday and this morning. We'll get like a 0 day right here, if not like a 5 day for cheap. And the main buy is going to be down here. This is really where I want to buy the market back up. Actually, not there. Right here. So that's the first area. And if it drops below that, it's over. I want to buy back at 590 or 613. Like right there. So again, 5 day here. We'll buy a 15 day down here. And down here, we'll buy a 30 day. 5 day, 15, 30. And in the midst of us doing that, we have to make that money back with the 0 days. If this market just falls out the sky right now, because I think it's going to happen soon. We just have some time, though. We definitely have some time. We predicted, again, everybody, remember, we predicted the market falling out the sky here. We predicted the market running back into the sky here. And then we pretty much took a nice little break. We did buy some puts at 649, but we didn't hold them for you to actually drop down to 630. We ended up selling them around 644 for good profit. And then we went long again down here. Down here we went long. We told everybody you're going to make a new high, which is exactly what you ended up doing within a couple days. And then you're still crashing at the psychological numbers, right? So when you run up from this low and you run up to the high, 651, you're still dropping from a 1. Just like how you drop from a 1 over here when you hit 641, 640. Just like how I believe you dropped over here as well. Yeah, you dropped that 661 as well, but it was smaller. So I'm thinking that we probably are going to drop from 671 whenever we hit that level, but I don't think it's going to be a major drop. It's either going to be a really small drop or an insanely large drop. That's it. Nothing in the middle, because as you could tell, this was bigger, then it's smaller, now it's smaller. So of course it's going to keep getting smaller and smaller until it just completely explodes the opposite direction. So yes, the large move is coming. This is where it gets exciting. It's just most people, you're going to need to realize you can't sell these options out early. Like the second you hit 680, you're going to buy those puts and you're going to hold them until they're up 100 to 500%. That's how much SPY puts normally go up if you predict it correctly on the monthly. Ah, my kneecap. Ah, I just took a piece of the desk off. Ah. Oh, you can't see the Discord video? I got you guys right now. I didn't have the Discord chat up. I apologize. I was in the zone talking about the market nonstop right there. I think we talked about everything, though. I think everybody's on the same page now. So you know where we're going to buy puts. It's not going to really be here. Even in the 570s, we're going to buy puts, but this is telling me specifically 580 to buy the puts. Or not 580, 680. I apologize. Okay, so the charts that I was looking for are not here. Nor are they here. They might be here, actually. Let me see. Monthly DARP version 3. I still have to fix this thing. I'll probably just see if I can fix this today, if anything. Two I'm not touching. That's for sure. I'm just gonna leave it like this. By the way, everybody, look at when I made this. The 100% strength levels and 50% strength levels. Looks like these are really working out so far. 25% strength. So again, whatever's stronger is stronger, of course. So 100% is one of the strongest trends. The next time you're going to have 100% is not going to be until 740. So again, another trend, another box, another trading style that's matching up with 670, 680. Good morning, everybody. I apologize for that. Yeah, those boxes I got to fix as well. All right, let me see. Would I put it here? And the answer is probably no. Hey, look at SPY. You go, SPY. Hit the purple. You better not stop right here. Yeah, these puts are really good right now. So, what do you guys think? Was our idea about the market being more bearish than bullish, is it correct so far? There we go. Gotta write it down, write it down, write it down. Whenever we're wrong, write it down. Whenever we're right, write it down. The truth lies beyond that. A 661 put for you to cycle down to here. So yeah, we could buy a 661 put now. Once you hit number 4. You better not stop here, SPY. I feel like it might want to stop here and instantly change directions. Let's make the CS zones real quick, everybody. Magnet tool is on. I'm on the 5-minute. Excellent. Yeah, so you're right on top of the CS zone. You could perform a CS snap here. Okay, so I'm putting my option to automatically let me buy at $12. Let me see, 661. Could I get a 662? Let me see. 662s currently cost $21. The only way we would possibly get this option, truthfully, is if this thing runs up to 4 and consolidates. So screw it. Let's try to see if we can get a 662. That's the smartest thing to do, considering yesterday. All right, everybody. So I'm putting my order to buy it at $13. It's at $21 right now, ahead of time. This is kind of like we're in the future right now. And then we want to sell this option for approximately like $50. 40 to 50. So that would be around 400 to 500%. And then you basically plan something else, right? So like, let's just say the market falls out the sky right now and it goes down to this low. Where would you be able to buy calls again? You know what I mean? That's how you always get ahead of yourself. Always get ahead of yourself. Always get ahead of yourself. And then you just wait for that idea to, you know, pan out correctly. So it's kind of like, imagine you're in a race and you're racing right behind number one. Number one enters the corner. You enter the corner right after number one. Slams the wheel in the opposite direction. Slides to the other direction. Then you slide to the other direction. So it's kind of like you're watching something occur before it actually occurs. You know what I mean? You're trying to step basically in a way where, like, let's just say that car made a left turn. A couple seconds later, you're going to make that left turn, of course, because you got to give it a moment. You're not going to instantly start switching unless you have a certain distance away. But again, let's just say you are at a safe distance, right? The car turns, a couple seconds later, you wait for you to be at that level, then you start turning, you start changing directions. And at that point, what you want to do is you want to start predicting where that car is going to change directions again. You want to be ahead of it always. So I hope that analogy made sense. It's kind of like watching something, understanding how you're behind it, understanding how it moves in the first place, and then understanding how it moves in the future before it actually makes that turn. And then sometimes, you know, an ego just comes out the sky and slams right into the windshield, and the person just loses control and goes off the track. And that's kind of what we're looking at here. We're waiting for the eagle. Has that ever happened? I wonder if that's happened in NASCAR history. Probably. Like a bird slammed through the window. I remember seeing something like that. Yeah, I remember watching this guy. He was drifting. I think it might have been, I don't know if it was NASCAR. I don't think it was. But it was some type of race, and he was drifting, and he was entering into a corner, and something hit the shield from the car in front, like the windshield, and his whole glass shattered, and he couldn't see nothing. So he was still drifting into it. He literally takes his right hand and punches a hole straight through it. Yeah. I've seen that, Cody. That was scary. Because those things are extremely heavy, you know? It's like, basically, like, it's like hitting a deer. But in the sky. Wait, how much does an eagle weigh? What? I mean, listen, a 15-pound weight flying towards your car at 20 miles per hour when you're going like 20, that moment of impact, right? Like that kinetic force. Nah, yeah, that could shatter everything. That could kill a person. So yeah, that would make sense. I was about to say, I was like, aren't their wings super light? Because their bodies have to be, what is it called? Like hollow? Like by their wings? Like most birds, right? There we go, number 4. Coming soon to a theater near you. These options are now at $19, $18. I'm also going to enter into a futures short somewhere around here, but I might give it some time. You could do that, Slug. The only problem is it's kind of already done that right now. We played it yesterday, right? So it worked out yesterday. So you would have to now wait for this to fall down to 664 if you want to play those calls again, or wait for it to get above 666. If it just like starts snapping above it quickly and you start yanking, you could hop into something late. But just make sure you have your market sell, just in case things get hairy. It's just like you can automatically. You said you got disconnected from the chat. To clarify, you only update weekly boxes when there is a new high. So it depends. It depends what boxes you're trying to update. In the videos that I sent you, Jado, it basically explains and chops it down so you can see which boxes are which. Because there's a difference between weekly, week. There's a difference between daily and day. And there's also a difference between 0 day. As there's a difference between month and monthly. You see what I mean? Or year, like the last year, and then yearly. So that's pretty much how I go about organizing it. So watch the video and then you'll see it. Again, everybody, the 661s are at $13. They're at our price, but I want to buy a 662 instead. These are at $16 right now. They fell from 22 to 16. So let's just see if the market can consolidate here. If it just snaps out the sky, it's over. We might not get an opportunity to buy into this. By the way, has everybody done their weekly boxes? Does everybody have this text on their screen? Excellent, Cody. You said it's like a before bedtime ritual? Excellent, brother. Excellent. No, yeah, right? I swear it feels like that. Ugh, I just got goosebumps. Ugh. When you said that, like the little box meditation, I read it. I was just like, nah, yeah. All right, so let's give this market a second here, everybody. Let it consolidate, let it lose some value, and we'll see if we're ready to buy back into this here. I'm gonna get some water real quick. Ladies and gentlemen. What's going on, family? What's going on, family? So everybody, make sure you read the notes that I posted to the solid trades category. We're canceling the 662 puts, and we're making sure that we can buy some 663 puts. And it's almost at our price. Just got to give it a second here. Give it just a second. Once it hits like 11:30, 11:40, we'll have enough time to potentially buy something else. I'm about to start trading some futures here. Just give me 1 second. Can I go short on Euro? Looks like it's already starting to fall a little bit. Order filled? What do you fill at, Elijah? For futures or Forex? What you working with? Oh no. 100%. Order filled, order filled, order filled. Let's go take our Top Step account. Let's go sign in. I'm not gonna lie, I want to see something. Okay, so you know how you have to get funded, right? You know how you have to pay the activation fee, which is $250 each account, or $150, whatever it is, doesn't really matter. $165, it's not bad. So I'm thinking about it. What if we start 5 accounts at the same time? Start 5 accounts at the same time. 165 times 5. And then just literally copy trade everything. It literally, yeah. Read my mind. Because what I was going to do was I was going to use one of them to fund the other ones. Which is not a terrible idea. I feel like if we're being real here, right? Like, if there was a perfected structure, that would be it. Because you only pay a certain amount for one account. You get funded on that one account. And then you pay for your other accounts with that one funded account. Exactly, yes. Literally. If you pass 1, you pass 3. And just use one express to get... No, yeah. 100%. So we could do something like that. We could test it. Today's October 1st, so today we gotta get a lot of things done, alright? We gotta go through everything. So in terms of our options potential, we're already being way more safer than normal. As you all can see, you're above 4.0. You're potentially heading up to 5 right now. You could be breaking out here. I still think you're going to fall down, though, because today's a Wednesday. So most Wednesdays usually consist of a bunch of consolidation. And that's what I'm thinking right now, honestly. Let me see. I also got to find out how I'm going to buy your accounts for everybody. Because I'm going to buy everybody here an account that's on my Discord. So that you could trade futures for free. I just don't know how I'm going to give you the name, the stuff. Unless I literally give you guys a credit card to buy. But I'm not going to do that. It's not a good idea. How can I do this? I'm about to just message Top Step and just let them know. Actually, let me do that. Let me email them. Let me email them and see if they can actually give us some type of discount, because we have such a large group here. You know, that's the craziest part, right? That's something that most people don't understand, is that if you have a large group of people, literally you can get an easy discount, no problem. 100%. And it's only due to the fact that you have so many people. It's like a classroom, right? When schools ask for certain websites or schools go to certain places, they oftentimes give the school a discount because it's a school, they're teaching. By the way, we filled on the option for 663. We just bought it right now. Excellent. Now we wait and give this a second. Oh, my phone just died. Put the music back on. Okay, so how do I go? Let me see. How do I message these people? I can call them? There's no way I can call them. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna call them right now. I can call them? What? You know how rare that is? Let's see. Come on, Elijah, you got this shit. You gonna smoke it? Come on, brother. You said Ninja Trader not good? What do you mean? Ninja Trader was for the competition, as well as for funding yourself. Top Step is a prop firm that gives you money to trade, and as long as you meet the requirements, they give you some good amount of money in return. So there's a difference between them, John. Because I already messaged Mumu. I actually know a lot of the Mumu, not executives, but the people who control the social aspect of it. I actually talk to them really frequently. They're nice people, like extremely nice people. Whenever I ask them if they could promote something, they always do it for me. No problem. They don't even ask for more information. They don't, because they already see what I've been doing before. In fact, you know what's crazy? The whole Mumu community, like the support staff, they all watch what we do here. I had like 4 or 5 of them tell me that they couldn't fathom that we were getting cheap trades and selling it for 500%, 200%, 300% until they started watching, and then they started seeing what we were doing, and they started realizing that a person is always going to dictate the results based off of what they know, right? Now, if somebody can welcome a new type of foundation system or way of trading to them, and they can see how, you know what I mean, it has some type of logicalness, let's just say, to it, they instantly start to understand how they could do it themselves. But that doesn't mean they're going to do it themselves. That just means that they understand, and that's what the whole entire support staff has told me. I remember in the beginning, they were always asking for my P&L and this and that. And when I showed them everything, they just started promoting everything. It was beautiful. So if you guys want to promote your own community, you guys, each and every one of you have to create your own name. That's the first thing. I do not like when people are under my name and under my umbrella, because 90% of the men I've taught, they have some type of conflict with themselves, where they want themselves to be the big bad wolf that does everything and changes their life, and you know what I mean? But that's not how life works. It's not. You can't do everything alone. No man or woman can do anything alone. You can only go so far. And as long as you understand that, you can understand that there's a lot of people who would want you to step on top of their shoulders, just like how I do here. And there's a quote. I forgot what podcast it was from, but it was a couple different. I think it was a couple different artists that were speaking on it, and they were talking about the only time you're ever gonna have a person that's wanting you to be better than them is your father or your mother, and that's not true. It's not, because I stand before you here right now, and I still tell you the same thing. In fact, I want a higher degree than any of your parents would want you to achieve. Way higher. So, in terms of just growth as a community here, each and every one of you have to establish your own name. Each and every one of you have to be recognized in your own ways, not being under my umbrella, because it's not going to cause a very perfect ending, you could say. It's going to be very bittersweet for everybody. I don't like when people say they learned from me, or you don't have to say a word about me. Act like I was a ghost, right? But make sure you teach other people, and make sure you don't feel some type of conflict just because another man is telling you what to do. That's the last thing you should do. Got that, everybody? Because I could feel it before people even tell me that. Like when I talked to, like literally last night, I was talking to one of my friends, and they were self-projecting so hard body. Yeah, I was like, yo, self-projecting so much. It was so sad, truly, because I'm trying to be there to give that person another perspective. But yeah, it was terrible. Exactly, Cody. There you go. But yeah, don't self-project. Self-evaluate. Self-evaluate, ladies and gentlemen. 66734. Excellent, Elijah. Elijah, do you know why that's an excellent area? You tell me first, and then I'll tell you why. Excellent. Yep, that's exactly what I'm looking for. That's why we have these yellow boxes right here, because right above that 66734 point will be your first major point for another 0 day. Is my phone on? Yes, it is. All right, give me 1 second, everybody. Let me call Top Step real quick. Who called me from Florida? Let me call this person real quick. Was that one of you guys?
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished...
Well, I guess they're not going to answer. Whoever it was. If that was one of you guys, let me know. That might have been... Wait. I think I know who that is. Let me see. Yeah, yes. That's homie from Florida. All right, give me 1 second. Also, I didn't even tell you guys this. So, I'm doing a interview for a news channel, which is so weird and so out of the blue. But no, yeah, I'm gonna be doing something for a team in the city, Manhattan, and then right after that, I'm going to the Bronx to do a podcast with somebody. Because one of my boys, he works for Bloomberg. Bloomberg, is it? He works for one of them. He's like the camera guy, and they gave him like his own little segment. So yeah, we're gonna be doing that as well. I'm trying to think of as much things that we can do as possible. Because that's literally, when people talk about success, and this is what got me mad about my friend last night. I hope he's listening, and I hope he watches this later to hear this back, because he knows how much I love him as a brother. But there's a difference between trying and being. Do you guys understand that? Or do you guys disagree? Before I explain it. There's a difference between trying and being. You agree, Slug? What about everybody else? Do you guys disagree? Anybody else? Excellent, Cody. Excellent, Cody. There's a difference, Elijah. There's a difference between trying and being. Yes or no? You know what homie said? You know what he told me? Let me ask y'all something. You know who I am. You know what I do here. You know how much I care about you guys and how much I help. I told him, he said, but you're working all the time. He said, you're working day and night. And I said, this is not work. This is far from work. Because working is very similar to trying. This is not work. This is being. This is flow. Exactly, Cody. Correct. Like literally the same exact time I was about to say that. It is 100%. And he said, oh, I don't want nobody in my life that's not trying. And I'm like, homie, bro, you're the one who's not trying. You're not even trying. You're not even, forget about being. You're not even trying. And you're going to tell me because I said that you don't want me? Because it's obviously what you meant. But it's like, you know how people speak over here in New York? It's just passive aggressive as hell. And I'm just like, yo, bro, like, that's not the way you gonna speak to me. That's not. So I removed them on all my social platforms. And that's it. The only thing he has is the YouTube. And that's it. I'm done with that. You know, I've been trying for 2 years to get this fool to trade. And again, I love the living life out of him. But you're going to tell me you don't want to be next to people that are not trying because of what I said, because you feel some type of way, because you're self-projecting from your own inabilities. He said he wanted to turn $500 into $2,000. So you know what I told him? All right, bet. But if that's your only $500, I'm just letting you know you're going to lose it. And he said, I can't take a risk right now. So I told him, all right. In the meantime, while you're, sorting out what you got to make the money for, I want you to start charting and I want you to start doing all this stuff. And then they start getting hostile and aggressive. And I'm just like, oh, man. Another friend. But it's all good. Things happen for a reason, you know. That's what I'm saying, Elijah. Most people, they act like they want to try and they want to do stuff, but they're scared. You see, with me, even when I had no job and I wasn't getting no money and I lost all my money, I still was not scared. Every second, every dollar I got, every penny I got, into the market. Let's do this again. Let's try it again. I know I can do this. No, yeah, no, 100%. Nobody wants to work for it. Nobody. That's why I posted what I posted on my story today, Elijah. Because I'm just like, yo, bro, like, what are y'all doing? It's not just one of my friends. It's like everybody my age is from this area. I don't know what's wrong with them. I really don't. Maybe it's because of all the drugs. Maybe it's because of all the fast life type of people here. Mad people selling drugs. Mad people joining gangs. Mad people doing this. Mad people doing that. Not from every school, but Bronx, 100%. Most of my friends from the Bronx, 100%. They're inside of gangs right now. From where I'm at now, it's like, it's soft over here. It's not like the Bronx. But the one thing I noticed is that for some reason the people in the Bronx try more. They're trying to create their own businesses, their own ideas, their own concepts. The people where I'm at right now, they just want everything handed to them. 100%. Even when you tell people you have the potential, and I see the potential inside of you to be able to accomplish this, they still get aggressive. And I'm not an aggressive person. I don't need to be aggressive. I'm way past that. So it's just very unfortunate. Now, we'll change subjects. We'll move on to something else. Life is life. Things happen. I'm sure he'll come around sooner or later. And if he doesn't, well, it was never meant to be. But yeah, I'm not going out no more. I'm not going out no more at all. I'm not going out. I'm not going out. I'm not going out. I will not leave my house. If I'm going to leave my house, it's going to be me by myself. I'm not chilling with people no more. I'm sick and tired of this shit. 'Cause I'm really trying to help everybody. I helped them for a little bit. And then all of a sudden, 2 weeks later, they're complaining about not having enough money or capital. And I'm just like, bro, come on. Come on. You got one of the best teachers of this generation trying to talk to you. That's why, Elijah, when you took my information as is and you literally maximized on it on a short period, instantly being funded, you know what I mean? It lit up like a fire inside of me, bro. Because like out of 200 people that I've tried to train, which were around the same age as me, you're one of the only, people in the world who has literally listened to me perfectly. And not only that, but then advance your own style. We got to set up that fishing trip, John. Now, since it's, moving towards the end of the year, we could set that up with everybody. 664 put. Excellent, Cody. Excellent, Slug. I believe you had said that earlier, Cody, right? Excellent. You guys are hitting this thing right on the nail. No, yeah, you had mentioned it now, but I think Cody had mentioned it a little bit earlier. I could be wrong, though. I gotta scroll up in the chat. Oh my god, I got another damn grasshopper in here. Get out! Get out the door. You said feed it to the bunny. Oh god. If the cat was here, the cat would have... Nah, yeah, the cat would have went crazy. Why are their antennas so large? Why is the grasshopper's antennas so large? They act as a multifungal sensory organism, allowing the insect to detect food and navigate its environment through touch and air currents. What the hell? Yeah, so this is what a grasshopper looks, but I'll be honest with you, that's like a grasshopper on steroids. I don't know if that's a grasshopper. Is that a grasshopper? Are there different types of grasshoppers? Locusts too? Let me see. Yeah, that does not look like this. Alright, now I'm a little worried. What the hell is that? The antennas are like twice the size of the body. They're not this small. And it doesn't look like a cockroach. I do have my door wide open right now. Yeah, it looks kind of like that, yeah. You said flamethrower time? Yo. What is that? It might be that, yeah. I wonder if it could jump. This shit should be able to jump, right? I swear, it's like a damn insect war every single time inside my house. You got spiders versus centipedes versus these damn grasshoppers versus the ants versus the flies. Ah, man. And it's extremely clean in here. Let me tell y'all. Extremely clean. Nah. No Greeks. The only thing I look at is open interest. Because open interest tells you how many people are holding that contract from the previous date. Gamma is important, but it's because of a certain aspect. Let me show you. So for gamma, right? Let me press this so this can go down like this. There you go. There we go. Okay, so let's look at SPY. Okay, so there's something called a gamma ramp, right, Elijah? And that gamma ramp, it exists based off of the contracts that are about 4 strikes above, 4 strikes below. But it changes because, again, the gamma also changes. So if I'm looking at gamma, you see how the gamma says 0. Goddamn, why did I just say that twice? 0.0112. And then this one says 0.018158. This says 0.0287. So the gamma ramp oftentimes is basically meticulously called out and created from a 2. So whenever you see a 2, that's the furthest you should go out in terms of the gamma ramp, which is going to be the 671 calls. In terms of the puts, the gamma ramp would be 660. That's the furthest you want to buy out. So anything that goes from, you know, the lowest portion of the gamma ramp, when it ramps up, this is one of the reasons why your contract has so much value. I believe the gamma's first. Gamma changes the delta. And then delta changes, obviously, the price per change for each contract, right? It could be a little bit backwards, though. Maybe, I forgot which one it was first, but regardless, you just look for something inside of 2. That's the furthest you can get. So if I go to Tesla, watch this. For Tesla, the gamma ramp is at, yeah, these 0 days are completely destroyed. The gamma ramp for the top, yeah, you're already, which makes sense because of the flow, right? You already destroyed the gamma ramp. If you go to a 9-day contract and you look at gamma, yeah, you already destroyed the short-term flow on Tesla. Let's go look at NVIDIA. I want to compare it. and then from there we can actually make it make sense. We just gotta look at two things that are similar. So the lower the gamma, the better, yes, because it's a gamma ramp. It's like, imagine if there was a Mario racetrack, and gamma is like one of those speed things that as soon as you step on it, you instantly start speeding up very quickly. That's what gamma is. No, but Vikash, remember what I told you yesterday. What did I tell you guys about the shutdown? You said you understood that reference? So let me know if you guys remember what I had said about the shutdowns. No, but it wasn't the catalyst though. What I'm trying to say is it was completely ignored. Meaning it doesn't matter. I like the way you pay attention to data, Vikash. You know that? You haven't changed in over a year. Last year we were talking about the same type of data points. And I love how you instinctively go to those data points because it is very important. That's the easiest way for a person to obtain some type of leverage to understand what's going on. But in this scenario, the one thing the one has to go through, and eventually they do go through the process of it. Like, for example, when I was looking at data in 2021, 2020, 2022, I started realizing that by 2023, 3 years into me looking at the market nonstop every day, 12 hours to 16 hours a day, the first thing that I noticed was if they keep talking about the same shit, it doesn't matter no more because they keep talking about the same shit. When they kept talking about unemployment in the beginning, it was very important. And then after, nobody cared about it. The same thing with Powell. The same thing with Jackson Hole, the same thing with OPEC, the same thing with Trump, the same thing with Biden. It's the same thing every time. It really is. The same thing every time. So if they keep... Think about how much times they... Let me search something up real quick, just so I can show you. How many times have they shut down the government within the last 4 years? Nah, it's... No, Vikash. I'm telling you, I've been through a couple shutdowns already. Nah, it's been many. It's been an extreme amount. Google's not helping, so we're gonna ask ChatGPT. So far there's been only one under 2025. As of October 2024. Let's just say 5 years. It's technically not 4 years because that's 2021, so it would be 5 years. So, we had a shutdown in October, which was, of course, today. Then you had one in December 2019. And it says between 2019 and 2025, there was no full shutdowns. Again, full shutdowns. So now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to search up define full shutdown. A full government shutdown happens when Congress fails to pass. This means hundreds of thousands of federal employees are, yep. Of a full government shutdown. Awaiting a shutdown. So let me see. 2022, the government likewise avoided a shutdown by passing and continuing. Let's see what else. In 2023, I want to make sure just in case Congress passed. Yeah, that's what it was. So it wasn't the idea of a full shutdown. What happened was every 3 months to 6 months, they were talking about a shutdown. And every single time they kept passing certain things so that they wouldn't shut down. Days before, meaning it was already priced in that it would be a shutdown. So in me referencing the shutdowns, it's more so about the first day that it was announced compared to the actual act of a shutdown, because again, this did happen in 2022, I believe, 2021. It's not picking up on ChatGPT, but I don't know if they're controlling this to make it, to remove the information. Because I remember a shutdown where it lasted for not too long, and I believe it actually talked about it up here. Like right here. Where was it? Let me see. Was it up here? I gotta use something else. Let me see. Can I remember if I posted it? If I posted it on my other Discord, I could probably search it up. I started teaching around 2024. So I was after most of the shutdown talk. I gotta break this down a little bit more. I'll figure it out. Just give me a couple hours. I'll double back on it just to make sure what I'm saying is the complete, full scope of the information here. But no, yeah, I remember them talking about this shutdown nonsense so many times that. Nah, yeah, Vikash, that's I'm telling you, that's not the right thing. Like I said, I was trading from 2020 every day for 12 to 16 hours per day. There was something else in between. And I can confidently still tell you that. I just got to figure out exactly what it was. Maybe it was a partial shutdown of a certain type of area of the government. I just got to figure it out. No, I don't want you to be forced to believe. What I'm telling you is just give me a moment and then I'll give that information. But there's definitely more times where the government has threatened that. And after living that so many times, the one thing I can tell you is that it doesn't matter no more. It does not matter at all. So the market going up today has nothing to do with the shutdown. It has everything to do with the weekly technicals. And that's pretty much all. Yeah, exactly, Cody. Completely. They talk about it so often that it's lost its meaning at this point. Same when you're in a relationship with a bunch of, people, or not with a bunch of people at the same time, but, as you go throughout relationships, the first thing you start to understand is that these people don't understand what the meaning of love is. That word is so overused that it has no meaning no more. Same thing with the government, same thing with unemployment, same thing with all this nonsense, same thing with dumb fixing numbers, making it worse than what it was by times 90%, It's odd the way they go about stating information, but it's all done through the lens of control through complexity, right? Do you guys know what that means? Control through complexity. That's why your taxes are so hard to understand, because they're controlling you through complexity. They make it hard on purpose so you don't understand it. So you have to put a lot of work in to understand it. Same thing with the stock market. But guess what? The technicals remove all that nonsense and all that noise and all that yada, 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 yada. None of that stuff matters. What are the technicals saying? And right now the technicals are saying that you're at a very important point. You're at a previous high. The main midpoint of the yearly trends is going to be 670. So it just looks like you're climbing to 670 right now. Pretty much. 100% slug. 100%. It does tire you out. It does make you think of something else, and it's awful. And the only reason why I say that is because I've lived through it. You know, I've experienced a government shutdown. I've experienced all these different qualities and aspects, and I've had to take a loss because of it, because I didn't understand it in the moment when I was first going through it. You said if you can't learn how to turn $100 into $1,000, you shouldn't be touching zero DTE options. Can I please explain this and why I think that way? Very simple, Jada. If I can't turn $5 into $100, and then I can't turn $100 into $1,000, why am I trading with 400, 500? I see that happen all the time, and everybody just loses all their money. The reality is that you need to go through a certain amount of actual experiences for you to understand how to go forward. Meaning, as a trader, the most important thing is getting as much trades as possible. Paper trades, real trades, cheap trades. And if you don't have a lot of money, think about it. I've had people that make 100 to 500,000 a year, and you know how much money they blow? Hundreds of thousands. They blow it all. 50K, 60K, 80K, 90K. They blow everything. You're doing this. Everybody's doing the same thing as them. It's just at a smaller degree. So how do I fix that and combat that as a teacher to make this perfect for every single student? The one reality is to make sure that everybody has enough experience to be able to do that. So when I tell people, if you can't turn $100 into $1,000, 100% you shouldn't be touching 0 days. Meaning if Monday you get a good 0-day trade and Tuesday you lose it, you got to come to me and you got to ask me what to do and how to change this pattern of losses. If you can't do that, you're just going to keep experiencing losses. That's it. Nothing's going to stop it. You got to understand the patterns that go behind them. So me telling a person, hey, 100 to 1,000, once you do that, I'll let you trade 0 days because you'll be able to do it a 5-day. For example, watch this. If I go into my options right now and I go to the SPY, 100% slug is like getting ready for a fight. 100%. You got to train. You got to train every move, every characteristic of how you approach a fight, how you think, your intellectual abilities to just act on instinct. It all matters. And instinct, the only way you can make something become an instinct is if you do it so many times where it literally becomes hardwired in your brain. So this is like basically me trying to hardwire stuff inside of your brain. Now watch this, right? If I go ahead and go to the calls, the market opened up at 663 and you're at 667, which is what I told everybody the market would run to. This option right here in the morning was around 115 and now you're around 213 for a 5-day play. So Jada, the one thing I want you to understand is when I told you before to stop trading 1-day options, it was because you should either be trading 0-day or 5-day and above. A 5-day option clearly was around $100, and the 5-day option clearly went to $214, basically doubling. Or if you want to be really correct, it gave you like a 90%, 80% trade, right? But with a 5-day, that's perfect because you have plenty of time. So that's the reason why, Jada, I keep telling you, stop trading 1 days. Stop trading 1 days. You're wasting your time. You might as well go with something more safer, or go with something that's cheaper, but a little bit less safe, but has more potential than a 1-day. It's all very meticulous. You said Rocky Montage Inc. No, yeah, that's all this is. It's like walking down a street so much you remember every pebble. You remember every little dent in the road. You remember every building. You remember every stop sign, every light. Every way where you could possibly take a shortcut. You start remembering these things the more you do it. It's naturally the way humans learn. It's just a lot of humans, they want it quick. They want it fast. They want it now. But they ain't gonna get it like that. And until they really accept that for what it is, and they take the slow approach to grow, then they start seeing how there's some type of way where they can speed it up a little bit quicker. But it's only through you taking the slow approach first. 877 cash now. I swear to God, I was thinking about that. Yep, 100%. So we wait for 670. No, Vikash, look at the... Do you have your weekly boxes on your chart, Vikash? Do you have buying and selling points for it? We did it on Saturday. Take a look at it. I'm not looking at it right now on purpose because I want to see if you actually have it. Excellent. Do you have it on your chart though? Let me see. Is that on your chart? Let me click it. It looks like you took a screenshot from my chart. You do? All right. So what does that say? When you look at that weekly chart, when's the next time you should get puts or calls? No. I know the screenshot's mine. I can see it. But do you have it on your chart? Come on, Vikash. Come on, brother. If you're free right now, call me on the phone and we're gonna fix it right now if you're free. Bro, we gotta get this done, bro. This is taking way too long. So I know you're busy. I know you have a life. I know you have a family. I know things pop up. But again, brother, you gotta call me. We hadn't had a one-on-one in weeks. So right now it's just like to me it feels like you're just going ramble right now in terms of the buys and sells. Now, are you doing a good job with the buys and sells? And the answer is yes. Yes, you are. But I don't know if you're planning stuff ahead of time. So we got to fix that. Is doing an evening? Excellent. So call me the second you're free. My phone's on Do Not Disturb, but let me go into my settings. Go into my Do Not Disturb settings. Go into Do Not Disturb. People that I'm allowing to call me. Let me add you, Vikash. So whenever you call me, let me also add Will, Wad. Let me add everybody to this real quick, just to make sure that everybody on Discord, Stefan, Sherman, Prime. Who else? Mikey. Doesn't let me add him. Nor Mansa. Doesn't let me add you guys. Not too sure why. Louis. Who else? Jones. John. If I haven't stated your name already, it means I already have you added. Frost. Why do I still have this guy? I gotta delete this guy's number. I had a guy named Fred in the Discord, and he joined my Discord, and I told him to take things slow for the first week, just so we can, have him understand everything that's going on. You know what he did? He ended up losing $40,000. That same week, I told him to only trade with $100, and then he just left the Discord 2 weeks later. It was so odd. The same thing with that other guy who joined recently, Danny. I'm pretty sure he had a big loss, and he just left right after. When I told everybody to go slow, which is a little bit unfortunate. Maybe I had to be a little bit louder, I guess. Not too sure. Okay, that's everybody. So I have all you guys on my Do Not Disturb, so nobody else can call me but you guys. Correct, Jada. That's the reason why I get so upset with everybody, because all my trading styles work for every single ticker in the world. They work for Forex, they work for futures, they work for crypto. And I can promise you, Jada, there's nobody in the world who's going to give you what I give you. And even right now, you see how I just told you that something I'm teaching you for free works for everything? People on YouTube would not say that. They will purposely leave that out and let you wonder. But I'm telling you right now, it does work. And why am I so nice? Why am I giving you the ability to trade and make thousands of dollars when you didn't give me a dime? It's because I care. So every single one of you need to recognize what I give you and what I do for you. You don't even understand it. Respectfully. None of you do. The only person who does is Culinary. Culinary and Danny. That's it. Nobody else. Maybe Cody can understand because of his own experience and his own ability. And maybe Slug as well. But honestly, nobody else shows me that they understand it. No, I'm being honest, Cody. When I see raw skill, that's raw skill. That's not me teaching you. That's you having raw skill and then me helping you a little bit on top. That's it. It's like an anime, you know? I'm like that anime character that just wants to fight the person who's the strongest. That's it. I just want to track down who's the strongest. That's the only people I want to fight. So when I see it come from you, I'm just like, yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. You're the only person who's going to really give me a challenge. Because you're showing it day in, day out. Just like Danny, just like Culinary. So hell yeah, I'm going to put you on the spotlight. You need that. You guys put me on the spotlight. You guys make me feel nice and good. I just need to return that to you. When I see that you're doing it. For everybody else's name that I didn't state, you're obviously lacking in some type of department. So we need these one-on-ones so we can fix all this. That's what this is all about. That's the whole human experience. You think you're going to compete with a person who doesn't operate at the best level? Nah. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give this person everything I have. I'm going to make sure that they're more prepared than me. And then I'm going to compete with them. What does it mean if I'm competing with people who are not at that level? It doesn't mean nothing. Why am I feeling happy? Why am I feeling accomplished? Success is not something you own. Success is something you rent. Success is never owned. Doesn't matter how many days I've had a 10 trade day where every trade went 100%. The next day I still had some hothead say something because they weren't listening. No matter how many times, I'm telling you from my own experience. So it's like I trade at a level where it's, you know, it equals this, but then people see it as that, no matter what. All it takes is one day, one trade, one moment, one time for them to get emotional, and that's it. Everything they think of you is out the window. That's why I don't really care about that stuff no more. You think what you think, and that's it. If you really want to try, if you really want to be taken to the next level, well, I'm here. If you think I'm speaking on my ass, well, that's your own depiction. That's your own opinion. I'm not going to change that. I'm not going to convince you. I'm just going to show you. So yeah, that's pretty much all. But yeah, it does oftentimes make me upset because the way I teach people is to trade everything. Imagine a person on YouTube giving you the keys that I'm giving you right now. Nobody's going to want to do that because within a month or a week, you can stop watching them. You're not going to give them views. You're not going to give them money because they already taught you everything you had to learn. But not here. You know what's the funniest reality though? Even though I give you everything a person needs to learn because of how a person has learned before, which is not their fault. It's the system's fault. It's not their fault. It's their parents' fault and it's the system's fault. That's correct, Jada. We answered that question already, but I'll answer it again. Sometimes you get disconnected. I understand. Thank you for telling me that, by the way. So again, Jada, what I stated was these charts work for everything. If you can't acknowledge that and you can't see through that, it's not something I'm going to convince you. But if you're asking for my opinion and for my yes or no answer, the answer is yes. So do what you can. Make as much money as you can. Change your life. Don't listen to what you want. Listen to what I'm telling you to do. That's it. You guys want to see something cool? On the gold, chart, we played puts right here, and we made $25,000 just from us playing puts at the white box, which is what we did last time. This is all the weekly boxes. We played puts over here, and we made a stupid amount. Such a large amount that I can't even say live right now. But over here, I could tell you that we made $25,000 just from this. So imagine if just from that right there, we made 25. Imagine how much one would have made from here, which is about 6 times the size. I'll just put it to you like that. And guess what's coming up next? The white box, ladies and gentlemen. So once you hit this box and get it inside of it, like somewhere towards the midpoint, I'm just going to go short again. By the way, Jada, I will be removing those videos from the messages that I sent you, as I'm not supposed to be sending you that stuff unless you're in the Discord. So I'm just letting you know. I'm giving you another day or two, and I will be removing it. I want the information that I give to be the best in the world. I don't want you to feel like just because I'm giving you something for free that it's worthless, because that's what most people think. That's how they treat the information, honestly. Like it's worthless. And it's a little unfortunate, but what can I do? You know? I hope you guys understand. Yeah, so it's just like, what am I going to do here? You think I'm going to really trade this? You think I'm going to waste my money? You think I'm going to force it? No. I'm going to wait. Tesla, yes. Thank you. You're about to be at 460. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost time for Tesla. It's almost time. This is what I've been waiting for. $460. Let's look at the puts. 2 days out. This is going to be so good. You have so many people buying puts right now. Yeah, the puts is way more than the call's open interest. Of course, Jada. Like I told you, Jada, I had no reason to do that. The reason why I did that is because you're the only name that was consistently popping up with questions, and it was kind of like an unclimbable wall, and I don't like when people are stuck. I remember when I was stuck and I had nobody that I could vent to or talk to or try to ask for help. And it sucks. It sucks being in that position. So I don't like when people are in that position. But again, you have to understand that me having taught over 200 to 250 students already at this point, 99% of those students have just taken advantage. And you know what's the craziest part? They haven't even really helped themselves. Everybody who takes advantage on me at one point in life, they face karma. That's what I've noticed. Whether it's losing everything, whether it's not being able to trade no more, they all face karma. Say I'm speaking on my ass, I have no problem with that. I'm not going to disagree with you. But the first thing I'm going to tell you is that every person that I've taught, again, loud and clear, over 200 people, what I've noticed was every single one of them has faced karma. Every single one of them. That's why I don't get mad when I teach people for free and I give everybody all this information. Because at one point, it will come back to bite their ass if they don't truly respect it and don't truly try to do something with this information. That's why at this point, you know what I mean? What am I going to do? You know? Am I going to get emotional just because people are taking and taking and taking? That's what the world does. They're not taught properly. And what I want to do is change the world. So you got to face it for what it is. And still change, still help, still provide an opportunity for people, even if you know they're going to take advantage of you and hurt you. That's how I think. A lot of people don't like it. A lot of my friends don't like it. A lot of my friends don't disagree, but they're dumb and they're not me, you know? And that's it. We'll leave it at that. Now 100%. Yo. That's Yu Yu Hakusho, right? Yo, I haven't seen that show in so long. I started watching Demon Slayer. I finished it, actually. So I finished Demon Slayer, and then I finished Kaiju number 8. Actually, well, it's not done yet. Let me see. Crunchyroll. I think one of my family members is like logging onto my account and watching shit. I was just like, who the hell? But this is one of the best shows you will ever watch. Astro Lost in Space. 4.8 rating out of 5. Definitely one of the best shows. But let me see. Kaiju number 8. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. This show is wavy. It's not that bad. It's like a new age type of show. In case you guys want to watch anything. What's better than this? You know what I want to watch? I want to watch this next. I gotta finish this. What the hell what do you call it? What is it called? It starts with a K. Not kaiju. It's like with the damn curses. What is it called? Yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah. I gotta finish it. I heard the last season, the 3rd season just came out right now. Or it's about to come out. I think the trailer got released. I didn't even finish this though, so I gotta finish this. Yeah, this show is wavy. The only thing I don't like about this show is it seems dead. You know what's crazy? I don't think I watched the movie. I gotta watch the movie. So I'll probably watch that tonight since I finished the 1st season. I hate all these romance shows. You know what's a good show? If you guys like romance and you're trying to watch it with your wife or your girl. This show right here. What is it called? Love some shit. You should watch this with your family. Let me see. Love. What is it called? I forgot what it's called. Like Love something. No, yeah, it's smart for them to do that, Cody, because they're running out of good writers. You know, a lot of these directors, they're not really producing movies at a quick scale, nor is it good. You know what's crazy? I never seen the Brawley movie in the theaters because I was just going through shit at the moment. Oh, I wish I did. I still haven't seen it now. Actually, I'm about to watch that tonight. I never seen that. Yeah, they got it right here. Bio Brawley? Nah. Let me see. Is it Bio Brawley? Nah, right? I'm pretty sure that was the older one. I watched the older ones. The ones from a couple years ago. But you know, anime felt like anime movies a couple years ago? It just felt like a longer anime episode. Now anime movies are starting to feel like anime movies. Let me see. Dragon Ball Super. Which one is it? Dragon Ball movies. Cooler's Revenge. I miss those movies. I remember watching them when I was younger. Dragon Ball Super Brawly. Resurrection of F. Yeah, this one right here. Okay. I bet. See, I'm gonna watch this. I'm definitely gonna watch that tonight. I saw like a little fight, like a little trailer of it on YouTube not too long ago, a couple days ago, and I was like, yo, that looks crazy. Come on, Spy Rush into the 680s, please. Let's look at the Euro long. See if we can go long again on Euro. Last time we went long was down here. Sold it for 3,000 up here. So I think we could go long again in a second here. As long as you could fall down to that level right there. The midpoint. Honestly, I might get a little sandwich right now. A little sandwich. I'm a little hungry. Not gonna lie, yeah. But I want to see something. For Tesla, yeah, it's over. So they don't have the promo stuff no more. Let's go to vehicles. Let's go to pre-owned vehicles. View inventory. Let's click Model 3. Let's go to low to high. So $26,000. Paired pre-owned vehicle. I mean, it's not terrible. Let's be honest here. $27,000 is not bad at all. How much am I going to have to pay monthly? How do I check? Lease, finance. There you go. So finance, it'll be $417. It's not bad at all. How much miles? 54,000 miles. I'm going to have to get one sooner or later. I'm thinking about, I want to just buy like 5 to 10 of them. One shot. Just so I can have the I want to have like my own robo-taxi network. Like imagine being able to always have cars. They could pick you up wherever you are. Yeah, and then the Model S. It's not bad either. 420-mile range? What? I didn't even know they go to 400 and above. Yeah, You said they chose that number on purpose? It was 402, but I feel like that's 420. I'll definitely give you another 20 miles. Nah, yeah, for a second I did say 420, yeah. You're right. That is kind of funny. So for a car that has 28,000 miles, I would be charged, for like the BMW, for example, I think they're trying to charge me... How much is it? It's 78,000 I gotta pay for this. So it's 30,000 more. This is less miles, and it's 30,000 more than the Tesla Model S. And I know for sure that thing competes with this BMW. In fact, it's probably faster. So yeah, this still seems like a stupid purchase, in my opinion. I would have to make way more than what I'm making right now, which I'm not going to do until I see people growing in the Discord. Which it hasn't happened. In fact, the amount of money people are making on the Discord has slowed down because I haven't been giving as much advice openly. So I started noticing that as well. So we're probably going to have another decline here on the Discord. We're probably going to have to remove people. And then after that, we'll wait for the next group. I just got to see who deserves to stay here. Because remember, the goal is for each of us to buy a car at the same time. If I buy my car, that means most certainly at that moment you can also buy another car if needed. If not, of course, save for a house, right? Save for a house, save for a house. Does everybody know how to do notes? There's no begging here, Stefan. I'm not a divine deity. I'm not a god. You don't beg me. No. What do I believe? I believe we all are God. If you guys want me to ask you, if you guys want me to be honest with you, I believe, yes, we all are God. Point blank. You're not greater. You are a God. Each of us are gods. But in general terms, when I speak and when I try to help people, I just want you to understand you don't need to beg me. You don't need to apologize. You don't need to say sorry. I don't care about none of that. I just want to see your potential develop into an absolute animal. So yes, I do agree, but I also have to disagree, Stefan, because unfortunately, a lot of people who are religious, they will disagree. Unfortunately. So I'm trying to meet it right in the middle, you know? But yeah, Stefan, I haven't changed nobody's life. The only person's life I've changed is really Mansa's. He's the only person who has stopped working his job, took some trips, took some vacations, paid it all off with trades. He's the only person I count. I don't count nobody else because everybody else is still working a job. Everybody else is still taking it slow. Everybody else is still not trying too hard. And that's all it is. Keep it at that. So yes, I am very upset. But as you could tell, I don't sound upset. Because I've learned to just live with it. Again, when you guys need help, you call me. That's why I'm upset. Call me. Call me. Call me. Fix the charts. Every second, the only thing that my brain wants to do is just call you guys and talk to you guys. Every second. That's the only thing I care about. And then once I get you guys to a certain level, then we can start buying stuff and being all happy and mushy. But until then, no. You said most of the time it feels like we're bothering you. You get no sleep and it's very worrisome. At least for you, and I appreciate that, Stefan. I know you look out for me. As a brother, I know I could feel it. But the one thing I want to tell you is that, you know what makes me fall asleep? Is when I don't have people to talk to. So the reason why I've been falling asleep so much lately is because, again, nobody has asked me for help. And if they have, they haven't called me. And if they called me, they haven't texted me. There's always something to explain something. Especially when I'm always trying to be here to help. Oftentimes, like for example, I had this one individual call me and text me, right? And again, this is people that are on my Discord, Jada. Okay, I know you're going to mention your messages, but again, I haven't had time to give you an accurate depiction as to what you should do to go forward because I'm dealing with other people who have been putting their worth into me. Therefore, there has to be a certain way I go about doing business. I can't just give you something for free and then automatically try to be on top of your head helping you instead of anybody else. It's not fair. So the way things must go on from here is you guys need to message me that are on the Discord. And as long as you guys are messaging me and you're calling me, you'll be able to get through to me. We'll be able to talk. Because remember, my phone's on Do Not Disturb, meaning you have to call me twice. If you call me once, I never get it. If you call me twice on my phone, on my telephone, it will always ring. Especially because all you guys are already added to my phone number. So just recognize that. I've had my phone on Do Not Disturb for over a year. Again, Jada, make sure you rewind the video about 30 seconds ago. I just stated that the reason why there's no messages that are being returned back to you is because I'm having to handle other things that are a little bit more intensive and require a little bit more of my help than me helping people completely for free. I have no problem with helping people for free. I have no problem with that. But you must understand that there's a line, you know? One person at a time. That's how the world works. So I'm not trying to be messed up. I'm trying to be brutally honest with you. Even if right now my mom told me, can you teach me how to trade stocks? You know what I would tell my mom? You gotta wait. You gotta wait right now. That's what I would tell her. Same thing I told my friend last night. When my friend was asking for help to learn how to trade and I knew him for over 5 years, you gotta wait. You can't ask me now. So, that's all it is. I hope you understand it. No, yeah, exactly, Jada. So what's the point of even saying that last message, you know? That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys is everybody has to operate at the same level. Stop trying to make yourself feel like I'm coming after you. Stop trying to make yourself feel like I'm, you know, avoiding you or I'm blocking you. And Jada, you have sent a bunch of messages, Jada. And I see them all. But just you have to understand the way things work and go in terms of this Discord. That's all it is. There's no need to... Because remember, I was asking you to message me many, many times before. And then you had some stuff you had to go through. And you didn't message me in the moment. And then now when stuff got a little bit busy, I couldn't message you back. Not me doing it on purpose. It's me being completely honest with you. I have a lot of stuff to do. And I haven't finished a single bit of it. Because I've been knocking out so early. Because I haven't had nothing else to do at the night. In terms of one-on-ones. Because when I'm just doing stuff by myself, I usually just knock out fast. Because I'm just by myself. I have nobody to talk to. When I'm talking to people and I'm having one-on-ones, I usually stay up later. So usually, whenever I'm up late, it means that yes, I've talked to a bunch of people that day. On other days, it means that no, I have not. And that's what I'm trying to change here. I want to be able to talk to you guys 10 times, 20 times a day. But you guys got to get this stuff in the schedule. Meaning before you randomly call me, before you randomly text me, there has to be a schedule. Not everything is done based off of, you know, your ability to actually communicate. It's actually done based off of my ability to communicate with you now. So yeah. Thank you, Jada. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody else in the YouTube chat and everybody else in the Discord. Just recognize time is running thin. Time is running very thin. There needs to be stuff that occurs now. There needs to be changes now. If there's not, eventually, destruction will ensue. Eventually, of course. Did I talk too much right there? Did I say stuff inappropriately? Was I mean? Let me know. All right. I'll wait to hear the rest of what you guys say because, again, I want to be honest. I want to be in the middle. I want to be able to have you have a certain, ability to grow. But the only way that's going to happen is if I'm real. And sometimes my honesty, it punches people right in the throat and they don't like it. Unfortunately, I don't care. Because I know what it does for a person. I know how it changes a person. I know how it helps a person. So, I'm going to keep being like this. I'm not going to change. I'm not changing for nobody. No parent, no sister, no brother, no father, no uncle, no grandma. Nobody's changing what I want to do and who I am. I'll say it as is. That's why most of my uncles and aunts don't like me. They really do not like me. My whole family does not like me, in case you guys haven't been able to tell. I literally have nobody. If you want me to be really honest with you. The only person I have is my mom. That's it. Because she's the only person who I can have a fight with. And within 30 minutes, she's the only person who I would ever apologize to. Everybody else, I don't care who they are. Nope. Absolutely not. My mom is the only one I will ever respect as much as I do now. And again, me still telling you that, would I help her before you guys? No. I'll give her money if she needs it, of course. But am I going to help her train and learn? No. The answer is no. I believe this is the true way of being. The true way of living. Because eventually, let me give you an example. I was walking by this house earlier, and this house was being basically removed. Everything from the inside was being removed. All the homeless people who were living there. And I think the state is taking the house back. Or they already have the house. The bank owns the house already. But I believe somebody may have bought it, or they're trying to do something with that house. So they were cleaning it. And I was looking at one of the workers, and I was like, is that worker being paid to clean up that exact thing that he's doing right there? Or is he just doing it from the kindness of his heart? The next thing I thought was, if he's doing it from the kindness of his heart, I could see how he may go home and tell his wife, these people just take advantage of me. I could see that. Because what he's doing is so monumental, is so much, that any normal person would just be like, nah, that's not in my job criteria. I don't get paid enough for that. But yet you have people that don't care about that. They still do it. Even though they don't get paid enough. And I started thinking, I was like, wow. That's the difference, huh? You know what I mean? That's the difference right there. He doesn't care. He's going to do what he thinks is right. As long as that's the case, that's all we need. Somebody who knows what they're doing and knows what they're doing is right, even if they have to take the short end of the stick, because it does not matter. Life is all about taking the short end of the stick. And eventually you'll meet people who don't give you the short end of the stick. In fact, they give you the whole entire stick before they even grab a piece of it. That's what happens. And that's all I want. I want a bunch of, selfless people that want to really change the world. And yeah, that's why you guys see me disappear randomly, is because on the YouTube, we had 16 to 20 people in the morning. Right now on the YouTube, we only have 5. It's literally right back to where it was 2 months prior to before I started texting everybody, trying to send everybody trades and easy stuff here and there. There's nobody here. It's a ghost town compared to what it was, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. There's nobody here. But you know what's the funniest aspect? That's perfect. That is absolutely perfect. That's not something I feel angry about. It's something I knew was going to happen. That's what I've been waiting for. Because now the people who are still here listening to me right now, these are the people who truly deserve to be blessed by God. And he will bless everybody through me, is how I see stuff. The same way I am blessed through other people. I find, $5 on the road. I have no money this 1 week. Somebody automatically sends me, X amount of money. And all of a sudden, it didn't need to do that, but it just happened. It was like God was coordinating everything by himself, behind the scenes. Everything happens for a reason. You get blessed for a reason. Just do enough work. Keep pushing it. Keep pushing the envelope, I'm telling ya. Keep making the charts better. Listen to everything I say in terms of the buying points and selling points. And you should be able to see greatness. Just like Culinary, just like Danny, just like many other individuals who are on the server. You'll see the same greatness they did. In fact, maybe even better in your own way. Because nobody's the same. Everybody's different. So everybody's greatness is going to be slightly different from one another. You said you stick it to me like a slug on the wall. I appreciate that, brother. I really do. My bad. There was a bug on the screen. I think I almost just broke my screen. That thing just started glitching. You said you just returned after a 2-week break? Excellent. Remember, every single day you guys must have a certain day of the week where you do not trade. So, just so I can get a tally, Louis already told me what days of the week he doesn't want to trade. He even texted me yesterday. You see, that's respect. That right there is respect. So you guys must tell me, and I believe you also told me as well, Slug. Yep, Friday. I need every single person to tell me what day of the week they're not trading. Because if I see you trading that day, you're getting removed from the Discord. I'm just letting you know. Why am I that harsh on you? Because I wish somebody was that harsh on me when I was learning. That's the only reason, I kid you not. I wish somebody was that harsh on me when I was learning. Somebody who took away my privileges. Who actually, allowed me to see how I could be better. And forced me to be better or otherwise. Can't be here. Alright, Stefan. I'm writing that down right now. So, Stefan, Mondays you're not trading? Excellent. I'll wait for everybody else's answers. And then I'll write it down as time passes here. Looks like we're reversing off of number 5, but this is nothing too amazing yet. We still got to wait for more price action here. And also, I'm trying to really hire somebody. So if the Discord just keeps dropping in terms of the amount of people that are here, I'm not going to be able to hire a person to market for us. So the next couple days here, I want to see who's going to leave and who's going to stay. Just so I can hire this guy, because he's going to be taking basically about 90% of whatever I'm making right now. So if I'm going to give somebody 90% of what I'm making right now, it has to be for a good reason. So yeah, that's also one of our other plans that we're doing in the background here until we hire some teachers. Yeah, you could paper trade. I'll allow that, Stefan. All right, let me actually add that. I'll add that to the rules. So you guys can't trade, but you could paper trade one time. I'm fine with adding that. All right, everybody. So does everybody have the weekly boxes done? And does everybody have these buying points done as well? Where you're going to buy the puts, the next calls, the next 5-day and 4-day calls down here? We all have that? Excellent, Slug. I'll see you in a little bit, buddy. We're also going to take a little break here. I'm just letting you guys know. We're going to buy another put for SPY. I just want to give this another... We have so much time today. We could wait another 40 minutes, honestly. So we're going to wait another 40 minutes. We're going to see what happens. And then from there, we're just going to go forward. Sounds like a plan, team.